All right, let's get right into it, shall we? I think you probably want to throw at least one heavy with Emma in here. Starting to get used to that idea. Hey, Matt, how's it going, dude? Yeah, yeah, we are. Had a pretty chill Saturday yesterday. I went and played Magic the Gathering, then we did an online game night with friends. The degenerate heavy holding when Sinister has the advantage is so silly. Oh, that's really cool. Hope you have fun, dude. Definitely want to visit Portugal at some point. I am familiar with Hearthstone, yeah. Well, familiar might be overstating it. I have heard a lot about it. I understand that it kind of started as not quite a Magic the Gathering clone, but close based on League characters and then evolved from there. It gets brought up a lot as a comparable. And I know Hearthstone Defenders clone is overstating it, but I already covered that. That is cool, Matt. I have not seen that. Oops. Ah, God, I really messed this one up. I built too high, and then I couldn't feel safe punishing. It's 100% my fault. Please kill. No, I messed that up. Because I need to be in speed burst for him. Alright. Try again. We are not going to discuss anything that isn't announced. Thank you. Hey, Jency, how's it going, dude? Morning, Magnus. I can't wait for somebody to slander Northstar and be like, see, you make one mistake with him and he times out, and the one mistake is not throwing, or is throwing his special 2 into block when it has no into block triggers. Hey, Jeff. Hey, no, welcome. Made a mistake with stealthy and got caught with special 2. Yeah, the unblockable special 2 can just end you. Buddy. I'm nowhere close to done with my towers, so my rank doesn't matter. Like, I could give you a number, it does not matter right now. Mordo or Cap Infinity War? If you're already in that headspace, I think for the current state of the game, probably Mordo. It would make me happy if things change such that I feel like Cap is the right choice, because that means that team building will matter a little bit more. But I don't think we're there at the moment. Three shots at Cap? Yeah, that makes sense too. Hey, Grey Fox. Welcome, Hogan. Yeah, We'll see how far I get today. Uh, Annoys me so much when they just do like the single hit medium into it or the single hit heavy and nothing else because that's why I didn't get to 5 arrows. I mean, I could have dropped my block and they would have hit more, but it's frustrating. Because when Danny doesn't get the overload, she is a completely different champion. Whoops. I think so, Magnus. Because, yeah, because the tower damage is not a vigor, it's a rule of the contest, right? That's why we did this whole thing, right? Because this is telling you that when bonus damage says, oh, you can't mess with this, the tower's rule of the contest is such a high level rule that it overrides that and it says, nope, here everything gets adjusted up or down. Yeah. It is sad that synergies basically only live in war, and then the demands are so high for them in war that only certain synergies thrive there, and only sometimes. Ugh, that was annoying. I shouldn't have let that fully finish. This will be fine. Let me get this thought out in a second. The thing about synergies is it like the current state of them reflects a lot of different trends, right? Synergies are best in content where session time is higher, right? And also development costs tend to be higher. Because to make synergies actually feel good without being like overpowered, you're probably not doing like EQ doesn't really rise to that demand, right? They can be interesting in that way. But EQ is not really going to drive synergies feeling good, right? So we're talking more about story content or Necropolis or something. And those both have very high dev costs, right? Relative to how much time players put into them per time. Like how many hours players get out of the mode relative to how many hours we have to put into the mode. Bespoke PvE content is very expensive. You're missing my point, Zemo. I'm not saying you can't use synergies in the EQ. I'm saying that the EQ is not going to drive value for synergies. It's too easy for that, and it's too samey. Like, nobody sees a synergy on a new character and goes, sweet, I can't wait to bring that in EQ. Like, it's. No. And, like, it's not just the dev cost thing, right? It's bluntly, like there is some players or there's some blame to be levied at the player base for this because synergies shine most in the kinds of content that 5 or 10 years ago would justify its dev costs with potion and revive usage because that's how the player base used to function, right? Things like Act 6 made a good amount of money for the company because it was so hard that people felt real pressure to get new characters, right? And because it was hard enough that people had to spend units and eventually money on revives and potions. If we put that kind of content out at that scale these days, people lose their damn minds because nobody wants to spend money on consumables. And that's fine. We've responded to that. But if nobody wants to spend money on consumables, then the dev costs of that kind of content become harder to recoup. And something like Necropolis might be worth it, but something like, I don't know, Act 6 might not, right? Or another example is if we, like, a lot of people say, like, oh, why can't you make another Grandmaster's Gauntlet? And putting aside a certain amount of lightning in the bottle, design, uniqueness, and such, but, like, even if we could make another Grandmaster's Gauntlet, that level of difficulty has mostly proven its worth um in like Karina's challenges after the fact. I don't know that it would actually be hard enough to drive real consumable usage and make up money in the short term. And that makes it hard to try and do something like that. And so if synergy, like, it's not really an accident that battlegrounds and towers don't have room for synergies, right? The kinds of content that lends itself to synergies, like I just said, tends to have high dev costs. And in the past, when it's made up for those dev costs, it's usually been through a monetization avenue that the player base isn't really open to in 2026. So that makes it difficult for us to make synergies valuable, right? I'm not saying it's not a solvable problem. I would love another game mode where it really feels great, but and I just fully disagree with you there, Arishem, and I'll get to that in a minute. But like I'm just trying to lay out for y'all that if this is a complicated design problem. Um yeah. I don't know. I think that one of the most logical places for synergies to shine would be in incursions. But I think we all know incursions isn't in a place where it can really drive rank up behavior or just significant time yet. Maybe someday. Hey, Silver. And yeah, I just don't agree at all, Arishem. Like, broken synergies that are so broken that they are actively getting in the way of characters being released or reworked are not a good thing. Like, I understand that, oh, it's silly and it's fun, but like, if something is silly to the degree that it gets in the way of the rest of the game, that's not a good thing. I don't think you realize just how difficult that would be, Jency. Karina's challenges are a much more finite resource than people realize. As are the rewards that we attach to them to make them worth it. Hey, Kurt. Pre-release went okay. I went 2-1-1. My pool was, I won't say it wasn't good, but it was not really conducive to an ideal curve in any way. Like I had cheap cards in red and white, but no real power at all in red and white. And I had real power in blue and green and a little bit in black, but I had no cheap cards. But that ended up, I think, being the right call for what I had. So I went up, I played a blue-green deck with double Moon Girl, which was pretty sweet, splashing a little bit of black for removal, and also for Kang. And it was a fun deck, right? It let me do some very silly things. I swung with an unblockable 12/12 Moon Girl after fighting somebody with Epic Fight a few times. Like it was a very fun deck to play. But because I had no two drops other than a counter spell and the Wakanda plan, I just got on the back foot a couple times, especially if I had any mana problems, and I did. But yeah, when it worked, it was almost unbeatable. Well, but that's the thing, Arishem, is that like, is it really Battlegrounds brain rot, in my opinion, is when people go like, "Oh, this character can't win a fight in 35 seconds. They're mid." Held myself back from breaking the swear filter there. But like that's not what we're talking about, right? We're talking about the fact that the structure of the game right now does not incentivize using synergies, right? The places you can bring synergies are either too easy for it to be like logical for you to be putting that much work into who you bring, or they're like too difficult and restrictive for you to have that kind of freedom. That's not that's not the player base's fault in that sense, right? Like not caring about synergies because there's quote nowhere to use them, even if that's an exaggeration. That's not Battlegrounds brain rot. That's players responding to incentives. That's logical. Like I said, if you want to blame players for something, it's that it's difficult to build places where synergies matter because of how players have behaved over time. But, like, that happens too, right? Things evolve. I'm glad you're having fun. Udyet, I guess. Yeah. I, I, I still have to push a little further, but I have fun too when it starts to get hard. It's a neat mode. 4-2 of the heroes, green white with 0 removal. Dang. That's limited sometimes. Yeah, it's why sealed has never been my favorite. Like I had some white cards that did the when a creature attacks alone thing, and I was like, I can see this working in draft, right? Because nobody else is going to want these cards, and you are, and so you're just going to get all of them, and it could actually turn into a good deck. But in sealed, you get like 3 of them, and it's like that's not enough to build around unless you're really lucky. I do think the set is really sweet though, and I am looking forward to drafting it as much as I can. Yeah, and Kurt is making a good point too, right? Like part of the reason that synergies have somewhat fallen off over time, and I will get to your question before too long, Delphino, don't worry. But part of the reason that synergies have fallen off over time is that while it's important for synergies to be cool, it's more important for the next character to be cool. And so synergies that are strong enough that they replace like they eliminate the need for an entire another character kind of need to be off limits, and that puts an upper limit on how powerful synergies are, which then puts a limit on like just how much incentive you can put into bringing synergies. And it's yeah, like I said, it's a very complicated web. I haven't heard of any layoffs in the Vancouver office, Iron Spider, but I appreciate the concern. Okay, I'm gonna ask a pointed question, Zemo. Why do you care what my towers look like when I'm so clearly not at my ceiling? Like, I am so obviously punching down right now that I am clearly not anywhere near where I'm about to run out of room. Why do you care where I'm at? I will show you when I'm done with this block, but I also kind of don't understand the question. Yeah, you understand me, Arsha. Yeah, the deathless energies are cool, right? But also, how much would you really care about them if we hadn't built them specifically around Necropolis and then all but forced you to go into Necropolis to use them? Happy Father's Day, Alfonso. And to all the dads in the chat. What do I recommend? Build wide or tall? Towers and collectives definitely changes things. I mean, the annoying answer is both. Um, I think the way that towers works means that wide or tall is going to be a per class, like per person basis, right? If what you need for the current tower is another rank 4, then you should take up another rank 4. If what you need for the current tower is another rank 2, then there's your answer, right? I think you're quite wrong, Iron Spider. I understand that the nodes are simple, the fights are simple. This is not arena. People love to make comparisons that simplify things because it allows them to talk, right? Like just it allows you to say something. But like sorry, it's not a hot take. It's a very cold take at this point. I have seen literally dozens of people compare towers to arena and I just don't think it's a good take. The length of your damage loop matters so much more. The fights are so much longer. There's so much more skill and knowledge involved. It's not the same. Yeah, I'll pin it. Behave, y'all. And see, I don't really agree with that either, Delfino. Like, towers do care about utility, right? They care quite a bit about utility. You're facing a North Star, you need to bring somebody who doesn't rely on crits, who doesn't rely on physical damage. You're facing a Groot, you need to bring somebody who doesn't rely on their dots sticking around for their full duration. The depth of utility that they ask for is not as high as some other content, but that's because the breadth of it and the breadth of knowledge that it asks of you is just so extreme, right? There's nowhere else in game where you have to think about 30 opponents at once and figure out how best to line your roster against them. I think there's plenty of a utility consideration in towers right now. Niresh, behave. Don't tell a mod to cool down. Nothing has been officially announced. That doesn't make it a hot take, Iron Spider. Yeah, exactly. They did. There's a lot of little utility interactions. And that's just look, if y'all want to think about towers on that level, I can't stop you, but you are limiting yourself. It is not just a CR game. Like, yes, if you get to a high enough CR with enough characters, then it's just collectives and you run through easy fights and they all take 20 seconds. Sure, that's like this Emma fight, right? But if you actually want to push to your limit, then it's not that, right? It's not just about CR. It's about having enough people at a high enough CR and understanding their utility and their matchups and their strengths and weaknesses well enough that you can make all of them punch up far enough. That is not the same thing. And that is why I'm pushing back on the arena take, however you phrase it. As you can see, there's your answer. I'm currently at 80 in Mutant. That's why I'm pushing back on the arena take, because I think if you allow that to have any weight in your mind, you're holding yourself back. The 1 minute timer I don't think is important to the identity of towers, really. That's more just a session timer for class towers because they were going to be like the most permanent ones with the most floors, and so they couldn't get that long. Quick, Klobs is right. Tone is different on the internet, but a quick tip, Niresh. Excuse me, I'm not speaking clearly today. If you don't want to come across as rude on the internet, like never tell someone to calm down. Just delete it from your vocabulary. I think you're gonna need to unpack that, Ridvora. What if it did? Why would we do that? What are you hoping for with such a system? Um, what do you think it would accomplish? Why would you want us to do it? Right? Like you're saying what if, but I don't really have a reaction without why are you bringing it up? Maybe hot take is a loose term because everyone thinks that, and that's also a problem. Right. If everyone thinks that, it's not a hot take. I understand how the internet works. I realize that this is a literally in some sense where if people use literally where they don't mean literally, and then one of the definitions of literally becomes figuratively, even though that's the opposite. But like if everyone is saying something, that's not a hot take. It's a cold take. It's I know I get Captain Holt about this for people who have seen Brooklyn Nine-Nine, but like words have meanings. Excuse me. Oh, towers to an evolved version of low at questing, better communicate approach the block in some ways. Was classic She-Hulk added to the Defenders and the Mutant interaction in mind, or was that kind of an oops? I think neither really. It's more that Towers was populated by default from a pool of characters that we decided were low enough impact on defense to put in here, right? We intentionally immediately removed all fours and up, right? And then we also removed threes that are hitting on the high side, like Dust and Gene and that kind of thing. And then if there were, twos and threes that were doing some other things that we felt were problematic, we took them out as we went. And so, like, I don't remember it coming up, but I'm sure somebody ran into the She-Hulk thing and specifically commented on it. But that's the kind of thing that's okay, right? Because it doesn't stop all mutants. It stops a lot of mutants, but it's one of those things that just requires you to go, okay, who doesn't care if their ability accuracy goes down during their specials? Yeah, I was doing a bit yesterday too, clubs. Like that's I said this in the CCP actually. Leaks. That one of the things I like about Towers is that it's one of the only pieces of content that I don't feel at all weird about doing off stream. Because like EQ, I generally don't do on my own time because I feel like I should be streaming it. New Karina's challenges, anything like that is like whenever there's something new, I'm like, I should probably be doing this on stream. Towers, it makes for a good stream because we can talk and there's a lot of content. But it's also the kind of thing where it's like, if y'all missed the 7 or 8 fights that I did yesterday, you don't care. And that kind of thing is neat. Words are hard. That's fine. Hit me. I'm in an English class at this point. Hey, maybe you should have paid more attention in English class. uh I know this comes as a deep shock to my longtime viewers, but I am a big believer in the benefits of education. And I think a lot of people should have paid a lot more attention in school than they did. Yeah, that's true as well, Kurt. I've mentioned this before, but I like that recoil has a place here. Oh my god, yes, Stalingrado. That is definitely another trigger for me. Is such and such actually underrated, or do you just think it's good? Those are not the same thing. Exactly, Neos. Oh my god, you guys have to see this cult classic. It's called Star Wars. Hey, Darkness. I'm on 80 at the moment, Gwen. I don't know that I would put it that way, Stalingrado. Like, I get what you mean, but challenge rating has mattered for a very, very long time. Like, hold on. I want to confirm my suspicions because it's been a while. Fine, I'll quit it in a minute. Yeah. When did Abyss come out? 2020, probably? Yeah, it looks like it. Like, it's arguable, and I'm making the argument that, hey, you had, like, it takes longer for you to die in this high level piece of content based on your challenge rating is pretty freaking visible. It's not really our fault that people didn't pay attention beyond that. We reused it in Necropolis. There are a lot of characters where it's been powerful. Like, it's always been a big deal. Um, it's just something that, because it's a little bit nebulous and there's math behind it, I think kind of to our point earlier, if people can shorthand around it, if people can ignore it, then they will. And I feel like when I started a YouTube channel, one of the big things that got people to listen to me was that I actually talked about challenge rating when a bunch of other people didn't. And that's not because I'm like super smart or something. It was just like, hey guys, you know this thing that they told us mattered? It actually does matter, and it specifically matters to these stats that it keeps telling us it matters for, and that's why these characters that you're looking at are performing differently. That's why some of these characters are performing better when you're punching down 200 challenge rating against Winter Soldier. And so I think some of it, honestly, is just kind of cumulative intellectual laziness that a lot of people haven't wanted to think about it because it is a little bit harder to process. Um, and so now there's just a mode where you can't ignore it. Yes, we were definitely aware that Sinister's willpower was powerful. Yeah, I think that's a good a good reference, Clubs, the old way that Power 8 worked. Like, that was hugely important. It was communicated clearly in game, and a lot of people just didn't understand it, which led to things like, oh, Super Scroll is so trash. His buff durations are so short, you don't have enough time to do anything. And it's because people were using rank 2 6 stars. Like I said, She Hulk is not a problem. I mean, I get where you're coming from. It's just for me it's not like why did it take so long? Because it has never not mattered. It's never not been a very important part of the game. It's never not been something that you should understand if you want to be competing at the highest levels of the game. Instead, I would just say that one of the virtues of towers as a game mode and the way it's designed is that it makes it impossible to ignore, which is different. And it is one of the things I like about towers because I feel like there's a real chance that we see the effective literacy of the player base go up with this mode. Oh, I know Stalingrado. That should never have been built that way. Yeah, that was dumb. Ugh. That's fine. I mean, who knows, Gray Fox? It's so everybody wants to make everything comparative, but is it actually? Are players actually less excited now than they were 5 years ago? Is there more negativity now than there was on the release of Act 6? Is there more negativity now than there was on the release of Variant 8 when everybody was complaining about, like, this is the laziest content I've ever seen. They just juiced everybody's attack values sky high and added energize on every lane. I remember that. I was one of the ones saying it. Like, is it actually more negative now? Or is that your memory isn't as fresh of how negative it was, and you see that it's negative now? That's something that's very difficult to measure. So I don't even mean that as a leading question, right? It's not rhetorical. Beyond that, I want you to really examine it. Because I don't have a clear answer, but I'm skeptical that it is clearly more negative these days. I don't know. We'll see. Like, it's very rare for a live service game like this to get to 10 years. It is almost unheard of to get to 20. And so, on some level, what you're asking is like, hey, will this already exceptional game be one of like 5 ever in history to go this much further? And I don't know. Because that's kind of like winning a championship and then going like, hey, do you think you're going to get gold at the Olympics? Like, I hope so. But that's not something I can guarantee. I do think that there are things that we as a team need to do and need to focus on to increase our odds of sticking around another 10 years. But there are no guarantees. Especially, bluntly, if Marvel drops the ball with their IP. Like, I'm not abdicating all responsibility here. We are driving this game. But part of the reason that things were felt sunnier 10 years ago or even, 5 years ago is that the MCU is in a stronger place. Marvel had more cachet. There were more people playing the game simply because it was related to some of their favorite media at the time. We had more people downloading the game every day just because, hey, it was Marvel and they wanted to give it a shot. More of those people made it through the early game experience because it was Marvel and they were more motivated to stick around with this rather than some other game. More of those people making it through the early game experience means more of those people who end up spending. More of those people who end up spending means that we have to worry less about getting more revenue out of the people who are here. And you can apply all of those same things to the overall strength of the economy, right? It is easier to design a successful live service game when times are good. When you have more customers with more disposable income. And so I hope that we're here another 10 years. But how well Doomsday sticks the landing, how the global economy progresses for the next 5 to 10 years, how America specifically, where a lot of our players are, does in the next 10 years, Kabam can't control any of those things. And so I don't know. Correct, Stalingrado. Armor penetration would do almost nothing for Null. I tend to agree, Stalingrado. Hey, Jude. I think people are on it. Oh, yeah, I already read that one. Kabam doesn't have control over the global economy, so it ain't so. Hey, Maya. And thanks for sticking around, Saeed. I appreciate the watch streak. That's cool stuff. Yeah, sorry to be a bit of a downer, but I also just I kind of mean this as realism, right? Not doomerism. It's I would love to still be working on this game and for it to feel like things are going incredibly 10 years from now. But if I'm not, I don't think it will necessarily be a personal failing of me or my coworkers. It might be, but that's what the word necessarily means, right? There's just a lot of factors. I mean, unironically, Darkness, let's be real. If in 5 years MCOC gets sunset, there will be at least one person on the subreddit who says they never should have hired DLL. This is all his fault. That was the beginning of the end. I called it at the time. Serpent was the beginning of the end of MCOC or Photon. Pick your complaint. There will absolutely be people blaming it on me. Bring it on. Hey, Maya. You and me both, Jeff. I started playing this game around at the same time that my wife and I started dating. What went wrong with Serpent on the thumbnail? Yep. Bite me. I hope the whole economy doesn't end up like how people talk about pre-2016 politics. Wasn't a picture that was the thing, just dipped in the Uganda thing fairly recently. Uh, I'm not sure exactly what you mean in this context, but I'm not going to dig into that in a stream. We've touched on enough real world stuff for Father's Day. What are people's dinner plans? Oh, right. Apocalypse into X-23 specifically is not awesome. I can keep an eye on that. I'm going to make pasta. Nice. We had some black garlic ravioli last night. It was very, very tasty. It was just Rana brand from Costco, but I like when Costco carries like some of those new products I haven't seen before. It's always fun. Nice. We love Brazilian steakhouses clubs. Don't go to them very often because it's a lot of money to pay for a lot of meat. But it's a nice experience every once in a while. Uh, that is a complex topic, Stalingrado. Let me think on this. I think the short version of what I would say, first off, don't take Pixie into Purgatory if you're actually worried about punching up, because the energy resistance makes this a dumb matchup, and I shouldn't have done this. Um, Thankfully, I do have a Domino Relic, so energy pen. Yay, relics mattering. But to try and answer your question, I think the short version is sometimes you should answer the masteries like a character with an offensive evade running into unfazed. Sometimes you should answer it. Sometimes you shouldn't. Um, excuse me. Bad place for me to pause. Um, but what I mean by that is that if every character that releases that conceivably could want an answer to stand your ground, or to unfazed, or to inequity, or to anything else, has an answer to it, then why do the masteries exist? If every character who might want to spam heavy has an answer to or has an answer to stand your ground, then why does stand your ground exist at all, right? Except to punish old characters that haven't been updated yet. That's not a place I think we want to get to, right? Because like that simultaneously makes like it dramatizes the increase in between new character, or the gap between new characters and old characters when it comes to RPG interactions, but it also reduces the value of the mastery, which people did pay cores for. And so in my opinion, like if you think that nobody should ever run into unfazed ever again, that doesn't mean that all the characters should answer it. That means the mastery should change. And I think it's important for us as designers to hold the line there and not fix it on all the characters. But it's also annoying to run into certain masteries. So like this is, like I said, it's a complicated topic and not everybody's going to agree. Why does stand your ground exist? Because it's in the defense tree. It was very clearly built for the same reason, or it was very clearly built to protect you, right? Remember that when Masteries came out, there was almost nowhere in the game that you were actually fighting against them. Stand your ground is to protect people with slow reflexes who don't realize that their opponent is throwing a heavy and end up blocking it. Bite me, clubs. Did not realize I threw two mediums there. I looked away from the screen thinking I was in the middle of a combo. Yeah, clubs. Seasonings are your friends, as are sauces. I don't know. I have complicated feelings about Stand Your Ground. I think honestly it's probably been disabled for too many characters. Because generally one of the most broken things that you can possibly do in this game is spam heavies in the corner. Any character that allows it is inevitably going to feel stronger, is going to be stronger. And so a mastery complicating that in only some game modes and not others doesn't, to me, feel like something that needs to be solved every time. It's important to let champions fail. So on that one in particular, I actually think we've probably solved Stand Your Ground too often. There are some exceptions. I think Dazzler's playstyle had a pretty good argument for answering it. I think Zola's had a pretty good argument for answering it. But I don't think it's true of everybody who has. Unfazed, I think, was purely an accident and should be jettisoned into the sun. I think it actually restricts design space without really keeping things in check in a way it needs to, and yeah, that one I just want to see changed. Inequity is an interesting one because it should probably only look for debuffs that character put there. Maybe nodes, but definitely not people self-debuffing themselves. But at this point, do we really want to change that? Because changing that would be buffing Kingpin in PvP, and he definitely does not need it. So it's one of the things to keep in mind in game design for a game like this, to our point about, us being one of the only ones that's still going after all this time. Sometimes you just need to let things go. You need to look at things and go, okay, if I were building the game from the ground up, I never would have done it this way. I think that this is clearly and obviously a mistake, and it shouldn't have been like this. And if I ever get the chance to do it differently, I will. But it's also been like this for so long that it's not worth changing. It is too much a part of what players expect. It would be impossible to communicate properly to everybody. It would break too many matchups. It would have balance implications for too many characters. And so I'm just not going to touch it, right? Like an example of this that I've talked about before. This game was originally built with critical penetration being 20%. As in critical hits ignored 20% of armor and resistances. Somewhere along that line, the code got confused, and that became like, instead of 0.2, it became 1 minus 0.2 or 0.8, which is what the current value is. Now critical hits ignore 80% of armor and resistance. And it took Kabam long enough to realize this that by the time they noticed, they felt like they couldn't change it back. I think that was a mistake. Because however long it had been, it couldn't have been more than like a year or two, and it would have been in the first 5 years of the game. I think they should have changed it back. But because they didn't, it's now been 5 more years. And I think it would be as much of a mistake now to go all the way back to 20%. So, like, as much as if I were building a new game from scratch right now, I would feel very strongly that critical hits should not be that powerful. That doesn't mean that the current game needs to match what I think an ideal design would be. And that kind of thing is something you need to let go of as a designer. I mean, you asked, do the benefits not outweigh the consequences? Do they outweigh the consequences? What really are the benefits? Patriot solves it for himself. Atuma kind of solves it because so much of his damage is based on base attack only. Who else is really hurting? Daredevil? He applies one debuff to himself, and bluntly, he needs a little bit of an adjustment, and that could be the kind of thing that's just put in his kit, right? Do we need to touch the giant web of implications of messing with the mastery and dealing with, oh my god, they nerfed Kingpin again, if we change something on him? Or is it safer to just leave it? Hey, Anian, how's it going, dude? Oh, no! Alright, well now we gotta bait another heavy, or another special from him so that he... Thank you. Leave my ability accuracy alone, you big jerk. Taos is going fine. I haven't really done any super stressful deficit pushes yet, so as... I don't know, I don't feel like it could be treating me anything other than fine yet. But I know that's the fun part, so I'll get there. Hey, MK. Yeah, I think at this point it was the right call. That's fine. All right. Stupid special animation nonsense. Well, but that's the thing. It's if we changed debuffs from nodes, Jude, that has so many implications. How many characters have had their defensive threat evaluated with that in mind? How many attackers have been effectively balanced around, like, well, yeah, they might get a bunch of debuffs on them and that'll slow them down, but they're still strong enough. How many of them would become too strong? That's what I mean. Sometimes it's just not worth it. Like, I'll give an even clearer cut example. In my opinion, Mystic Dispersion is too strong. Anyone who doesn't think Mystic Dispersion is too strong needs to get their head examined. But would it really be good to nerf it now? Like, a healthier version of Mystic Dispersion is probably... Like, a healthier world around Mystic Dispersion is probably... It's not as strong. And the more times you activate it in quick succession, the weaker it gets, right? Kind of like bonus damage. It just, like, zeroes itself out. And then you probably also have this in a world where the dexterity mastery doesn't give you a buff, right? If I were redesigning this game from the ground up, I would probably make all those changes. But so much of the Mystic class is balanced around Mystic Dispersion as it exists. And so much of the defensive meta in this game over the years has evolved around the existence of Mystic Dispersion and the interaction it has with the Dexterity Mastery that I don't think we can go back. I just don't think that it's an option. Ouch. I will always hate that stupid spinny kick nonsense. Catches me sometimes. Crossbones or Tiger harder to play efficiently? Like, I'm sorry, dude, but at that point, who cares? They're both difficult to play. They both have weaknesses. They both require you to care about spacing. Like, it's probably Crossbones because he's weaker against villains and his heavy doesn't travel as far, but like he also has a bunch of other non-weaknesses in a way Tigra doesn't. But like, again, does it matter? Like, I'm basically just giving whoever I pick a gold star. They're both hard to play. They have similar weaknesses. Sorry, I'm being kind of spicy today. Oh, absolutely not darkness. Because again, remember this is a live service game. Baking Mystic Dispersion into the fundamentals of the entire class does two things. One, it removes spend depth. That's a whole bunch of units that future players would never have to spend. That's not good for us. And two, it removes choice. If we baked Mystic Dispersion into the class, would we bake it in at 3 points, 4 points, 5 points? How do we handle people who want different amounts? Much easier to just leave the mastery as it is. Hey, Clown, how's it going, dude? Yeah, I get it, Anayan. Deadpool's not great. Danny's medium animation is so bad. Is Deep Wounds that complex? Deep Wounds is definitely one that shouldn't work that way. It has some pretty nasty implications on how you design bleed debuffs. Like, hey, however you wanted this to work and be balanced, you have to bake in 2.5 seconds that some people will have and some people won't. Not great. But again, it would be difficult to go back and change. And it's also spend depth, similar. I mean, the thing is that Deadpool being an A2 does still mean there's some value in ranking him up with towers. He is just not going to be punching up the way that your other A2s are, right? It's just more efficient than having, like, I don't know, somebody else minus a rank or something. Towers is devious. Here I am running EQ so I can rank a champ to get past a roadblock, a roadblock in skill 88. It's a new low. I'm kind of looking forward to getting at that point. For now, I'm still just climbing, but that's cool. I appreciate it, Jude. I more meant like I'm sorry for being a little dismissive to brutal. I am also just curious if you have a reason why it matters, right? Like, is there a reason that you're asking the question that I just don't see? Because to me, it feels a little bit like a who gets the gold star question. But if there's something there, by all means, let me know. Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying, Clown. Like, he works. When you've got the extra reach with the Ascension, like, if mine was A2, I would take him up a little further, and I probably still will take him up a little further than he is here. I'm just not expecting him to do well as, like, A2 Emma, right? And that's fine. That's not his fault. I've seen Tigra causing specials to miss on defense. Hasn't that always been the case? Because she can just cause projectiles to miss? If you're still randomly assigning attackers without caring about the defenders, then yes, you just haven't climbed far enough. You're just in the initial ground, and that's okay. I was worried I was slow on that particular special dex. Jubilee! Not cool. Ah. Yep, always been one of her abilities. There's an Acropolis fight built around it, Magnus. Woof. Alright, well, I'm gonna try again. Not really AMK, because it depends on your roster. This is what I get for not spending a couple $100 more at the sale. There we go. I think it would actively be a mistake to try and make the other 4 class masteries as strong as Collar Tech or Mystic Dispersion, yes. I think that would be stupid. But I think there's room for them to be stronger. Why is that there? Why not, Magnus? Why is anything in any kit? Ooh, nice, Dalgrotto. Have fun making pizza. I like doing that. Take care, dude. Thanks for the follow, Marta. I don't understand why people are saying that X23's rotation takes too long. Like, it's slow for something like Battlegrounds, but I had so much time left going into that. think I probably will end up buying some keys. No, but that's the thing, Darkness, is that I saw people saying it was too slow for towers, right? Like they weren't getting the cash out in time. They weren't being like, oh, her damage is mid. They were being like, oh, her rotation is too slow for towers. But it's not. That's what is confusing me. There we go. But rank doesn't affect how quickly she gets into her mode, dude. How you play her does. I'm enjoying Gentle and Towers so much. I haven't needed to do 2 special 2s with him yet against anyone, but should be doable. Let me check in a second, Clown, because I don't know. I hope so. This was not one of my best. All right, there's a block. I should probably get the pop-up here, right? There's the selector. Yay, 1 crystal. Ah, it's not done yet. No, we did not. That was not particularly close. It's unfortunate. But props to our opponents. 4 deaths is good. Nightcrawler and Falcon. That's cool. That makes sense. Okay, this one's gonna get bigger. I don't think anyone else is really gonna matter. We just need to make sure not to use Gentle against Silver Samurai. Ouch. Is there a way to restart without buying the revive in a tower level? Once you've used up your 10, no. That's the point of the entry cost. They refill every week, though, so you can just leave it and come back. What's wrong with Gentle against Samurai? He consumes your combo, which makes it significantly harder to go unstoppable, which then also... excuse me 1 second. Oh, you jerk. Which then also impacts your power efficiency. And your attack rating. And that, Maya. And that. Thank you. I admit I forgot about that part. So there's probably a way to let him consume just enough of your combo that it doesn't get in the way, while still making sure you get your unstoppable, but it's just a wrinkle you don't need to deal with. Maybe for Banquet? How much money do you think we get from using that particular bullet in Banquet? Hey guys, here's a 7-star that nobody has cared about in years. Not saying there's a 0% chance. I know Kang and Thanos exist, but I would be disappointed in us if we did that. Yeah, no, because Gentle is also listening for the opponent's combo, it is combo, not hits. So he is susceptible to that. And that's how you make North Star not a problem. Hey, Cannabis. Welcome. Woohoo! I was literally just thinking, man, I haven't messed up this special 2 decks in a while. That's nice. uh, famous last words. Did someone say banquet? Go back into hibernation. You're 6 months too early. 5 months too early, excuse me. I mean, Jessica Jones didn't get a treatment, right? That was a new character built from scratch, including with animations for the purposes. Punisher has good defender animations. How exactly would we do that with Iron Fist? See what I mean? That's X-23's full rotation. I don't think I intercepted once. Could have done more punishes. We had 20 seconds left. I don't understand the complaint. If she's not doing enough damage, she's not doing enough damage, but she's not too slow. I should have gone straight for the special one. No point throwing the heavy unless they have at least 2 poisons. I hate his heavy attack so much. I then also got dumb, but I hate his heavy attack so much. My rank 4 X-23 has been perfectly fine. I'm in Mutant 91. Yeah, that's kind of what I expected. Because that was very good from her. Is trash. And not because I'm not maintaining uptime on my true strike or using the counterpunch for tempo or making sure that I'm strategically turning on reverb so that I have this massive attack rating increase. They were just like, nope, he sucks. There's nothing more for me to discover. I have already seen a bit of that around the community where people go like, oh, this character just isn't good enough for towers. And it's like, well, how are you playing them? Oh, you missed a lot. Somebody asked about somebody the other day. It was that kind of thing, but I forget who. I really wish I could remember. It was a very clear example. But that's okay. We'll just show them how to use those people. Maybe they'll figure it out. Bro. Not cool, dude. My fault, but not cool. I hate missing a parry with Emma and then her going back into diamond form. It just makes me so sad. It's 100% within my control, but it stinks. Nitro, why are you calling me a scammer? I'm gonna give you one chance to explain yourself, and then you're out of here. Yeah, Pixie for Towers is quite good. I've had fun with her as well. Welcome, Dr. Sam. I hope you get her soon, Hilgen. He's fun. Should have used the striker there. Could have been a little bit faster. That's fine. I was hoping not to have to throw the special one, but having the anti-evade was definitely part of why I brought her here. So this will work. Would be nice if it crit more, but what are you gonna do? Dang it. Ouch. I've never liked Samurai's medium either. Like, it's fine. It's not egregious. But it's annoying. That heavy caught me completely off guard. Holy. I worked on Stormex and Capsam. No, I got what you meant. Excuse me. All right. This is the 20. Yeah, this is almost as far as I got in skill. And not that I'm hard blocked on skill, but I just stopped for now. Okay. Okay, just bye, Legends. You've been on the line several times. You know what? No, I'm gonna try and be nice today. In the spirit of the holiday. Um, give you one more chance. Your energy sucks, dude. I am one person who lives at Kabam, or who works at Kabam. I'm a human doing my best. You do not need to come in here so aggressively every time. If you want to actually have a discussion, you can ask some questions. But if you pull this one more time, I'm banning you from the channel. Yeah, happy Pride. No problem with that. All right. I'm going to pause for a second because I need to use the restroom, but I will be right back and then we will tackle this big one. If you would like to ask a more specific question, Legend, about what specifically you think is being unfair to people who don't spend on the game, we can have a discussion. Welcome over to Twitch, Sam, and thanks for the follow. All right, I will be right back, everybody. Sorry, I scrolled too far and clicked on the wrong screen. Okay. Few things here. So first off, yes, I am not part of the monetization team. But I don't think you're being remotely okay. You know what? Clown just called it. That's fine, honestly. Yeah. But I'm not out here passing the buck to them or throwing them under the bus. The monetization team is doing everything they can to sustainably keep this game going. They are not the bad guys. But I will say generally, because I think this is an important point about towers, I don't think that the game needed another mode focused on short fights where mechanical skill expression was the only thing that mattered. We have battlegrounds. Did we really need another thing that was just battlegrounds? Or did the game need a reason for your roster to be broad, right? Did the game need a game mode that actually made it feel good to rank up that 20th or 30th, rank 3 or rank 4? I've said before, like this game is a roster development game as much as it is a fighting game, as much as it is an RPG game. And I think Towers does a really good job of hitting all of those notes. It makes it important to develop your roster. It makes it important for you to understand RPG interactions. And it does reward mechanical skill. If you're upset about only one of those, that happens to reward the people spending money to keep the game running when you're not spending money to keep the game running, I don't think that says anything negative about Kabam, personally. I don't think it does, clubs. It'd be kind of cool if it did. Same way it would be neat for, like, finishing an incursions room to count as a quest, but I don't think that works either. I'm sure there's going to be things that we iterate on here. Um, but given that the challenge, like the class towers are permanent content and the functions they're supposed to serve, I'm not sure I see any need to change this, right? I think it's more likely that we're going to get iteration on challenge towers or other permanent towers than to really see changes to these. But I'm curious if you have anything in mind, Plant. And yeah, what's up, Vex? Certain questions are going to be easier than others, but plenty of people willing to give advice in both chats. Oh, that's interesting, Clubs. Maybe it does. Do I play many other games? I try to. I only have limited time, but I try to. I've been doing some more Elden Ring lately. Fair amount of Slay the Spire 1 and 2. Whoa. I think I forgot how her evade works because I thought that charging heavy would be safe. Yeah, there's so many games out there and so many good ones. I'm never gonna play all the ones I want to, but I try and discover at least a few periodically, just for industry purposes. Gross. All right, that taunt might be the end of me. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Scott. Sorry I messed that up. Yes, first time through Elden Ring for me. Yeah, I agreed, easy. Like, I really enjoy having a reason to use Sauron here. That's fine, that's on me. There's Tower's lifesteal. DPX's taunt cost me a key. Yeah, taunt is dangerous. That was my fault. I wasn't ready. When I buy a game, I can write it off as research for tax filing. Yeah, and I've been trying to. Probably need to keep some better records. But it legitimately is research at this point. Like, it's funny to say that, like, haha, I can play video games as research, but I feel a certain amount of pressure to do exactly that. I'm trying not to let it get to me because that was something that caused problems for me in music was when I let myself feel guilt if I was listening to music that wasn't directly applicable to what I was doing, or if I felt too much pressure to listen to symphonies, etc. It just, yeah. Fun things being research can get in the way if you're not careful. What was that regen, though? That's the way lifesteal works when the damage is boosted. Yes, skill in Mutant will not stop being available. It's not a rotation, it's just a staggered release. Glad to hear it, Ribs. I try to switch it up. One thing that really intrigues me about Challenge Tower specifically is this could be a great home for future Crucible or Necropolis style challenges. Feels like there's a lot of possibility within that mode. Potentially. We have to be careful how into endurance we go because it asks you to solo. I do think there's room for longer towers, and I think it's interesting. But if we go too long and say you have to solo, then that's the kind of thing. What am I trying to say? That's the kind of thing that can start really disincentivizing people or churning them out of the mode, right? Because they're like, I'm just not skilled enough for this and I can't pay my way through it, right? And I realize that there are a whole lot of people listening to this whose response to that is probably, well, then they should get good. But bluntly, it is important for a game like ours to, yes, reward skill, but in a lot of permanent content, there should be some way eventually to pay your way through it. Or you lose people who are willing to pay to keep the game running, right? And that doesn't mean that like paying needs to win, right? People always say that, and that's not what I'm talking about here, right? I'm talking about a pay to complete option. Ares is a good example with the vigor stuff, right? If you are skilled, you get through Ares much, much faster. But if you just die enough times, eventually you can kind of one shot, right? Theoretically, eventually you can do that. And Towers is similar, right? You get walled if you're bad at the game. But eventually you rank up enough people, you're punching down far enough, you're not walled anymore. People who have your roster size and more skill will be significantly ahead of you. But there is a way to improve your performance by paying. And those kinds of mechanics are really, really important to a game like this. You need to reward skill without blocking out people who aren't skilled from participating at all. Would it actually be justified, Uber? Would it actually be justified for people to complain that they can't get through something difficult completely for free because of their passive income of completing the daily super event? I know how many revives and potions I sell even after major content comes out, and I have no sympathy left for any complaints about not being friendly enough to farming. That was close. I might need to go rank up Deadpool. It's not stopping you from using them. Any more than the existence of battlegrounds is stopping you from using them. Like, are you angry you can't use revives on the current challenge tower? Why is the Saga Tower right now okay, but a future Necropolis wouldn't be? Hey, this fan, how's it going, dude? That's not the button I hit, but I'm glad it went through block. Whoops. Oh, please don't wall me out. I think the special 2 will still be fine here. Yeah, we're good. Woof. Hogan does make a good point. And see, that's related to what I said, Uber. That, what was I going to say? That, like, we can only go so far because if something needs to be soloed, then there's a punishment to people who just aren't skilled enough to do it. But I think that's a much stronger reason to be careful than not being able to use revives. Because you can't use those baseline revives to do anything in battlegrounds. You can't use them in war. You can't use them in incursions. You can't use them in a queue. I don't think there would be any real justification in not being able to use them in a big challenge tower. But I do think that we need to be careful how hard the challenge towers get. And I know that the person who is currently running the design for challenge towers is very understanding of that tension, if that makes you feel better. You're also right that more people could read notes. We try and build as many fights as we can, with the understanding that many people won't read nodes, but sometimes you just gotta, you know? Nice. Big crit. Hey, Blizzard. Um, I think the short answer is that's just a development cost thing. Because the unique music for Serpent, I spent like 30 minutes or whatever myself finding royalty-free music that felt appropriate to him. And if the designer wants to do that, right, that's an above and beyond thing that's cool, but I don't think that, like, that's something that we could ask Mike to do every time, or whoever's working on the deep dives. You get what I mean there, right? I think it's cool too. I'm glad I put in the work on Serpent. I don't think it would always work. 47K. We don't have a hard requirement. It's to be perfectly honest, it's usually a bit of a sliding skill or a sliding scale, haha. Based on how much experience you have and how skilled it feels like you are. Um, but like you don't want to be last coming in and looking around. And ideally, somebody new is at kind of our average prestige, if that makes sense. And that's public information, so you can check that. I really hope that you're not implying that watching the live stream should be a substitute for reading nodes, Uber. Because speaking as a designer, I am never designing anything leaning on what Mike might or might not say in the live stream. That is just not the process. I appreciate that the live streams are a useful kind of communication. They're not a substitute for what's in game. And I think sometimes the community holds them to a little bit too high of a standard. Yeah, I mean, to kind of continue the metaphor, the live stream isn't like the moderator reading the directions, right? The live stream is like an ad for taking the ACT. I don't expect the ad to tell me whether I can use my calculator or not, if you get what I mean. But I'm gonna read your last response here. When you see YouTubers who make content on the game go on 40-minute rants during the videos, how to do content, they refuse to read. Yeah, I'm with you there. the I don't know what industry you're in, but there's an old programmer joke. Pebcac error problem exists between keyboard and what is it? User? Oh no, keyboard and chair. That's what it is. Problem exists between keyboard and chair. I've always liked that one. Fun way of saying skill issue. Also, apologies that I know I could be a better Twitch streamer as far as keeping an eye on exactly when the ads are going to kick in and not starting big responses during them. I'm working on it. Ouch. Just sometimes work. Just sometimes. I enjoy listening to the discussion. It's cool hearing you logically break down questions, scenarios, and ideas. Very articulate. Thank you. Champion spotlights are awesome. I really appreciate that. Look forward to them every month. Best way to get a solid foundation what a champ is about. I do really appreciate that. I am obviously looking forward to the next round of them because, speaking selfishly, it's fun to talk about something I built. I'm looking forward to the one on my next character. My boss's favorite line is "Talk to customers like you would a 5-year-old." Yeah, there's a wait. What just happened? Oh, I clicked on skill. That's right. It's throwing me. What am I thinking? Oh yeah, there's a psychology term. I don't even know if this is an official psychology term or more of a like internet psychology term, but the bit is like first thought, second thought, right? And it's basically like forgiving yourself a little bit for having the first thought. Um, because we're human, right? We're flawed. The first thought we have in response to a situation does not have to be perfect, right? You can think the funny joke that you really should not say at the funeral, and it doesn't mean you're a terrible person. But then you should have second thoughts. Take care, Ribs. I appreciate it, dude. Have a good day. Then you should have second thoughts, right? Especially when communicating to people at length. You should have second thoughts. And it definitely feels like there are a lot of people in this community who have their first thought and then decide that it would be like weak of them to have a second thought. And so whatever their first thought was, like that has to be correct because they're a smart person. They're a good person. And so whatever came to the front of their mind first is actually correct. And then they spend a lot of time and effort justifying their first thought instead of just having a second one. It's so okay to be wrong. Yeah. It is what it is. Do I know why the design for Gentle went in the lose health on specials way? My only theory is it's a lore thing. It is a lore thing, yeah. Um, Gentle literally hurts himself when using his powers too much. That's the purpose of the vibranium tattoos. They're kind of a limiter. Um, like it's for somebody else, it might be an amplifier. For him, it's holding him back on purpose so that he doesn't hurt himself. And so when he really goes all out and gets bigger and stronger, it causes him pain and it's dangerous. And so the feeling from the designer was that sounds like the recoil masteries. I want him to have a unique interaction, excuse me, with the recoil masteries. I really like the way it turned out personally. Cal asked, does anyone know champs that could potentially punch up by 30? There's a fair number, but if you're not running recoil, the list is much shorter. Vibranium is like Piccolo's cape. Dude, I came this close to making a DBZ comparison and I held myself back. But yes. Oh, wait. Maybe it's in the... I was checking the advanced guide, Wibe, because I'm pretty sure the boosts don't work in towers. And I feel like it says that somewhere in here. Yeah, the special boosts we did add to the description that they don't work in towers. I thought that was there. And so I was going to go show you that. Okay, and we also added it to the general boosts. So the information was there for you in the game. That's good. But I was trying to check if it was in the Towers guide itself. That might be a good ad. But yeah, there's your answer either way. Ooh. Yeah, the weighted clothes in DBZ are a helpful trope. Okay, Gambit has physical resistance. Ushala has energy resistance. Anybody else in here who's a problem? She also has energy resistance. And make sure he fights a mutant. Throw Onslaught here just in case he gets tagged. I think this is good, though. I mean, you're about to see me try and punch up 30 CR. But before I do this, I wasn't kidding. I'm gonna go rank Deadpool. Okay, I'm not using the gem on him, so I need 3 tier 6 mutant catalysts. Eat a hot dog, you can get a food token. Bring your own condiment. That's so silly. That's kind of cool. Oh, you're thinking of adamantium, Stalingrado, but yeah, there is an adamantium poisoning storyline with Wolverine. What was I looking for? Oh yeah, I haven't done this in a while. Let me go ahead and do that because these are cheap. That's also good. Okay, we got 2 full mutants out of that. Good, 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 good. Um, Come back to that. Is there any tier 4 class catalyst in this? No. We're close though. That's good. Cool. Yeah, still need one more. That's okay. We can use Mysterium for that. These are still cheap enough. My plan to rank up all the genes was postponed. Are you waiting for the full next rotation? Or just until you get more Titans? But I wish you luck either way. I hate how random his cards are. I get it. I've spent not a fair amount of time maybe, but I've spent a decent amount of time with Platpool playing around with him, and it's definitely the most frustrating part of him. Hmm. You were just talking about this. I'm gonna go ahead and take Nightcrawler to rank 2. Just in case that ends up mattering. Hopefully July 4th has some Titan Nexus. There's a decent chance. I know a lot of endgame users are poo-pooing them as not being important enough. So I don't think they'll be everywhere, but we are aware there are still a lot of people who do want them. All right, now Deadpool's bigger. Let's go. Remember to update the sheet? We get to a size that matters, Crom? I will. How's it going, dude? Oof, that stinks. Okay. I might need to get her a storm relic. We can try Cyclops instead. I mean, this is just, we're in the difficult spot now. Dang it. All right. No, the Apocalypse Relic isn't great, honestly. There are a few characters where it makes sense. But it's a little counterproductive to what mutants generally want on defense. Nice, Hogan. That's awesome. I hope you enjoy him. Nah, Gentle and Dust want Gambit or Crit Rate or maybe Magneto. Magneto's more for Gentle than for Dust. Oops. Why am I doing this? That special 2 could have been so much larger. I need to pay attention. We're in a danger spot now. Onslaught, maybe. If your Sinister's elsewhere. Because he punishes crits, but he is vulnerable to people like Starkey. Yeah, it's a tough one. My first, like, 5 7-star mutant relics were all variations of Apocalypse. It was definitely my first duped 7-star relic, so I feel your pain is another way to put that. I'm gonna make this one. Yeah, it's not enough bleed damage. And there's my last key. Do I think that doing it again or doing it with someone else would actually matter? Samurai might be able to do it, and then we'd be punching up less. That might be worth it. Recommended tower level and which one should turn on recoil? Not really, because it depends on your roster. Like, there's not really any harm to turning it on early either, because it just makes the grind go faster. So I would say probably as soon as it occurs to you. All right. I have not done the showcase tower. That might be the next thing to do. You're right. Is the tower stuff only in game? Can you not buy any of those bundles on the web store? That's interesting. Those refills aren't too bad, though. Hey, Jimmy. Okay. Yeah, it's just it's without trying to be too much of a downer. Like, the reason I don't like the interaction between Pavita and the Iron Fist relic is that the damage is so high that it becomes the optimal way to play him. And to be clear, it barely becomes the optimal way to play him. Like, playing him the way I intended is almost as fast in Battlegrounds and is better in a lot of other content. But because it's barely optimal, that means that people say that's the way you should play him, which means that the conventional wisdom becomes to just not engage at all. With this whole rotation and um, interaction of abilities that I spent a lot of time on. Just a bummer. Next 2 floors. I'm assuming you don't mean this. I can kind of pause at the end of the floor if that's what you're asking about, clubs. I didn't even hit the special button, but that works. That's fine. Pizza's almost ready. Heck yeah, dude. I am starting to get hungry myself. Did the stream just slow down for anybody else? Yeah, the FPS dropped in OBS. What are you doing over there, buddy? Seems like it's back. Uh, Combos into traps to some extent. I wanted you to go for intercepts more. And I wanted you to care about really min-maxing, like throwing the special ones into over the traps, right? What does her special 3 even do? I don't remember. Oh, bad things. Okay. That's fine. We have time to build up, but that was not good. Right, special 3s are on in here. Whoops. Anyway. Hey, look, stand your ground. But thanks for the feedback, y'all. I'm glad it's better now. I was expecting that special 2 to do way better, I'm not gonna lie. Come on, throw it. Oh, you jerk. Yeah, I don't mind the stay in the box thing. Whoops. But doing it 10 times while the rest of your rotation doesn't matter is not my favorite thing. Throw your special, buddy? Thank you. Hey, I mean, this first one is honestly not my favorite. It's fine. We'll see how the others feel. Nope, not what I meant to do. Yeah, Scream's stun thing is low-key incredibly annoying. I'm pretty sure I didn't say end of the heavy animation. Because doesn't it say the second hit of the heavy? I'm double checking. 1 second. Yeah, until the final hit of her heavy attack. I've definitely seen people cancel out of her heavy into a special and have it work. Why do you think it doesn't work like that? This should be fine. There it is. Oh, that was the first time I actually let him finish his heavy. Is the same animation? I don't know what you mean. Like, let's make. Oh, you think that. Oh, okay. You misunderstood me. You think that the attack bonus from the heavy proficiency should apply to the special, right? That's what you're thinking? Because that's not the case. The effect is not consumed, which allows it to apply to your next heavy. But it's a heavy proficiency. It's not a fury. Yeah. It's not a fury. Ouch. Whoops. Yeah, okay. Now I follow what was throwing you. Oops. That was my fault. I should have released. There we go. Okay, I figured that one out before we were done. Woof. Doesn't seem like I can make him work. In what way? Can you try and lay out what you're having trouble with, Jack? I don't know, Egg. I've been told we do, but I don't. Oops. Was in the habit of not blocking it. I built Paviter cares. But thanks for your feedback. So I think part of the reason you're having a problem, Jack, and this was my earlier point about why I don't like the interaction between him and the Iron Fist relic, was that he wasn't built to spam heavy. Spam heavy doesn't give you spider seals. You get one at the beginning when you nullify a Fury, and that's it, right? So spam heavy isn't doing anything for him except cashing in on burst damage. You want to start with a heavy because it gives you a power steal, right? But what he's supposed to do is throw special ones over a trap, ramp spider seals that way, and then get to the special 2. And ideally, what you want to do is have the opponent come over the trap right as it resets, and then you throw a special one to push them right back over it. So you're effectively shortening the resets and getting the most out of the bonus. You don't need to min-max all of that, but it allows you to get more Furies faster. What's the reason that not all champions are 7 stars? Been waiting for my favorite for years, but still hasn't come. Your favorite champion is probably either over or underpowered. We do unfortunately have to make money. We don't have a large endowment to just keep making content for the game. And one of the most reliable ways to make money is to eventually sell champion releases, including at new rarities, right? But I don't know who your favorite is, but if they're too strong, then they get in the way of other characters having value. And if they're not strong enough, then they're difficult to sell until we find time to update them. But I'm bracing myself for you to say Hercules or something. Yeah, exactly, Jack. It gets in the way. What a chaotic fight. Eventually, likely, yeah. Some need more tweaks than others, right? Like, there's a reason Quake isn't even a 6-star. I will admit Taskmaster's a problematic one. Because he's cool, but he has some very problematic abilities. Like, if we made him any easier to play or upped his damage and kept his permanent debuff immunity and his invisible, not quite concussions that turn off everything, he'd be way overpowered. Whoops. There we go. Unfortunately, dude, there is very little chance of Taskmaster being released as he is. He's gonna be changed. I know that's bad news for you, but like, start getting used to it now. And copy buffs is a mystic ability. There's not much chance of that either. And sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Ooh, okay. This is gonna take a bit. I don't know if we want to use for that Punisher. I haven't seen that placement before. He's just encroaching. Or no, it's not even that one. It's just the easy one. Okay. Almost anyone. Haven't seen that Overseer replacement for sure. I mean, there's no other cosmics here, then that part's easy. Yeah, she's on her normal one. I literally just did this. There he is. Oh, right, it's by CR, so my A2s are up above. That's what's throwing me. It's fine. Yeah, sorry, dude. We'll do our best to keep the cool things about Taskmaster in a way that's not problematic. It's just, difficult to do that. Whoops. I had the same thing happen in War this last time. I went for General's Special 3, and I was like, all right, I'll have to wait out the damage reflection, but I'll have the long reverb, it'll be fine. And then the fight was just over. Special 3 is pretty strong. Yeah, I know Gentle's Special 3 is good, but I didn't know it was that good. It surprised me too. Now we just wait for some of these to expire. That's my boy. Is that intended to be a shot at Omega Sentinel Magnus? I think she's still pretty darn good. The Power Start actually works against her here. I forgot how this tactic worked. All right, go ahead and throw it. Whoa! Sorry, Frank. Forgot about you there. It was a little too aggressive. There we go. Always felt her timings were too tight. Eh, I understand. But there's a lot of places where she pops off and she has enough utility that I've never felt like it's a must fix, you know? Oh man, I ran into this the other day. Yeah, the stun prompt on JJ is really annoying sometimes. That's not quite what I meant to do. I should have taken a picture there because now I'm going to fail this prompt. Yeah. Trying to take a picture here. He annoys me sometimes. Whoops, that was my bad. Fire away. Thank you. Nah, I'm just not comfortable enough with JJ. I died with him this last war because of that, to be perfectly honest. Do I assign her much these days? When she's tactic, absolutely. When there's a tech attack tactic and she's not in it, no. She's no longer unique enough to be that valuable outside of tactic. When it's not a tech attack tactic, or when she is tactic, then we have used her with a lot of success. It is really trippy thinking about war and scrolling all the way down here for this. What do I want to use for Zola? I could move Thanos down. Or I could just do this. That'd be fun. This is the one without Indomitable, right? Okay. Sure, we'll use Reed. I think technically, I think Omega Sentinel was like take one on the process that eventually became Bastion. But no, I don't think Bastion created her. I think Nimrod is responsible for both, but I am not an expert. So behind on towers. That's okay, you got time. Why does regen tick faster when it's being reversed? It actually doesn't. But that is a good question. 1 second. Sorry for getting too heavy. Come here. Thank you. Ah. We still got some of the damage, but that would have been much better if he had actually come at us. That's fine. This is plenty safe. Wait, where did my last armor go? Oh, I heavied and got rid of it. That's my fault. There we go. Cap just needs one armor up, and since his buff, he starts with one now, which makes him a significantly more reliable parry non-contact option. Oh, I was gonna address Magnus's thing. So regen doesn't tick faster when it's being reversed. It's that regen's ticks are normally consolidated into every half second, which, as you can see here, right? It's only showing up every half second. But if you watch a really big regen, it's clear that that's not actually what's happening. because the health bar is updating more than that, right? It regen updates a lot more smoothly than every half second. It's just that the ticks are consolidated, like I said. Regen reversal. Okay, come on, buddy. Regen reversal does not consolidate because any given tick of the regen might not actually be reversed, is I think part of it. I don't know. Technically, that could be true for the offensive or for the regular regen as well. But I think the main thing is just it was intentionally consolidated for normal regen, but then it wasn't intentionally consolidated for reversed regen, and so you see every tenth of a second where um the character attempts to regenerate and then has it turned into damage, if that makes sense. Sorry, I should have explained that outside of a fight. It probably would have been more coherent. But let me know if that doesn't make sense. I know that this won't work, but we did get the 4 ones or the 4 incinerates. Yeah, that's accurate, Jack. Ooh, he really caught me off guard there. Silly me. I thought I was blocking there. That was unpleasant. Thanks for the follow. That's my girl. Very silly into this tactic. Does that take us to 100 yet? I don't know. I'll check that in a minute. Okay, so there's our actual tower rank at the moment. Little above 700. So we're in this bracket. We'll see if we can get higher. It will cost some units, but I think that's probably fair. What am I looking for? Oh, yeah, it is. Do I have 100? I have 98. Okay, that's where the last two are. All right, let's go do our weekly supply strike. With who exactly? I don't have Phyla. Okay, Moondragon, Star-Lord, Korg. That's fine. Champion that can increase their max health? I think the real question is, do you get enough design space out of that for it to be worth the significant engineering likely required? That's fine. Ooh, they get up quick. I didn't realize that. Ouch. Very rude. Whoa, I just looked at how long I've been streaming. That explains why I'm kind of hungry. All right, I'm gonna get America Chavez, and I think that's gonna be it for today. Comics Doom as science doesn't really make much sense to me. But obviously, like the one from the original Fantastic Four movie, I guess not the original Fantastic Four movie, the one that I grew up with what's his name? Eon. I don't know how to pronounce it, and so I always stop. But that's not fair to him. But the guy who played Mr. Fantastic, who was really good as Reed, but also Chris Evans, Jessica Alba. What's his name? Ben Chickless. I really need to figure out how to pronounce his name because know who he is, and it's not fair to him that I avoid it. This is too much talking out loud. But that's not what science is, Jack. That's tech. Science means you have powers because a reaction changed what you are. It's funny how much ISO comes from towers when you compare those. All right, how many more fights do I need? 3. Perfect. Yeah, when Doom has actual powers and isn't a sorcerer with a cool suit, then I buy him as science. But normally in the comics, that's not what he is. And he's only cosmic in a few storylines where he's basically stolen cosmic powers. And so if you're stealing cosmic powers, that feels more mystic to me anyway. So I think most of the time in comics, he's only really tech or mystic. And we do have those. But yeah, there are other universes. I do get what you mean on Frank for science. Less so science. That's a maybe. That's a weird one. That's definitely an edge case. Star-Lord could be cosmic, but it would make a lot more sense if his power set were different, if we were going to make him cosmic. Like, if he's just flying around shooting guns, that's not a cosmic. Huh? Oh, there's another one that'll come out this week. I got it. That confused me. She can't be that far down. I guess she can. Did I miss her? I must have missed her. Yeah, there she is. Cool, cool. I probably will take her to rank 4 at some point, but I think right now it's more important for me to keep things open for when I get stuck on towers. Oh, I don't really agree, Jack. Quake makes sense because she didn't undergo Terrigenesis. She was like experimented on, and that awakened her powers. She makes sense for science. I think most of the rest of the Inhumans kind of need to be cosmic. Because if you decide somebody like Medusa could be science, then how is anyone else cosmic? Why is Overseer science and Maestro a cosmic? Because Maestro has picked up a lot of cosmic powers. Like it's even on his info page, right? He's embraced that. Oh, hey Lefty. I appreciate the raid, dude. Very much appreciate. I am only not more animated because I've been streaming for 4 hours and I'm probably about to shut this down and drop it on somebody else. But appreciate you, dude. Hope you had a good day. And thanks for the follow. Nice. That's a pretty good 7-star rate, even though both of those are max sig. Yeah, we're not getting that lucky twice. Karnak is inhuman, but Karnak rejected Terrigenesis. That's his whole thing. Um, he decided to perfect himself without the powers from Terrigenesis. And so he makes a lot more sense for skill. Nice, Kev. Congrats on that. He definitely unlocks doors. Hmm. Anything else to open here? I guess there'll be Valiants up at the top here. Do a couple of those real quick. We expect nothing. Nothing happens. That's fine. Then duped him a week later. Nice, dude. Already up to 3 Titans. That's coming along. All right, up to 1.8 million. Thanks for the follow. I missed the ability to see those counts. Yeah, I like the Inhumans. I think some of those runs are neat. Like the all new Inhumans run with Crystal and Gorgon was neat. I picked that up after Secret Wars. Oh yeah, it was after I was reading Kamala's debut series because I thought that was neat. Anyway, okay, 1.8, and here we're at 3.7. Okay. Still got a ways to go because I need to get to. For anyone curious why I'm doing this, the math here is that I need 45,000 of these shards before somebody's A2, right? Because this is my second run through. So if I subtract out 3750, then I need 41,000 shards. And if I divide that by 250 and multiply by 15,000, then that tells me I need 2.475 million 7-star shards. Which is a lot. I am not talking about anything that has not been announced. What are these? Okay, just stuff. Is this how I'll guarantee A2? Yeah. I'm not opening my 7-star shards until A2 is on the table. And we're early enough in the year. I'm confident somebody's going to A2. So I could just open them now, but I also kind of want to see what happens when I open all of those at once. And so that's an easy reason to just sit there and wait. Welcome, maybe. Collectors will go crazy. Maybe, but it's basically just sig stones for me. I have everybody, I think. I'll definitely pick up a lot of Titan shards. Yeah, I-bomb would be a cool one. Yeah, because if we look at my 7-stars and take a look at who I don't have, as you can see, it is a short list. It is the 2 characters that were just released that are not in the Titan. Archangel, Daredevil, who I think is in the basic now, and I just haven't been lucky enough. Goldpool, who's exclusive, Kang, who's exclusive, Ultron, who's exclusive, Punisher, and Vision, who are both exclusive. So if I opened all of them today, I would have a chance of picking up Daredevil and increasing my skill collective. But that's about it, and it wouldn't be enough to get me to the next rank anyway. So no harm in waiting. Ultron is just level based? Yes, but that is a kind of exclusive, right? Because as you can see, I am not there. I have also not been nearly as diligent about maxing out my XP as Klobbs has, so I got some time. All right. As tempting as it is to just keep banging my head against these towers, I think I'm gonna go probably play some Elden Ring or some Slay the Spire or something else. We'll see. But thank you everybody for hanging out. I'm gonna go ahead and close off the YouTube stream here as usual, and then we will find somebody for y'all to raid. Probably an Ion. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.